Update on the 3 elementary schools. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight, most of our update is around the Lowell School because the building committee had asked us to do some additional study and evaluation, as you may recall, with regard to the, addition, the primary addition at the Lowell, and then had asked us to review the, what is the main entrance, but is really on the back of the building, and some of the things we're doing there aesthetically to improve that. So tonight, we're going to walk through that, starting with a little bit of history, because we've talked about some of these things from time to time, but because it has been several months and this committee's been meeting for so long, we thought it would be nice to consolidate some of the things that we've talked about that we were trying to achieve at the Lowell into tonight's presentation, which does respond to the committee's request to evaluate some alternative aesthetics for the addition at the Lowell. So I'm going to talk through that just a little. I just placed this in here because I really love this photo, the nice black and white photo. As a reminder, there were kind of 3 primary things we were trying to achieve at the Lowell site. We certainly want to bring 21st century learning to the building, and the superintendent has done a good job of consistently reminding us that ultimately that's what the building is all about, no matter how much we may talk about the exterior aesthetics. And she's correct, and there are a lot of amazing things going on. We've shown some of those inside the building. It truly will be a new 21st century learning facility. But we also want to, as part of the process, we do want to preserve the historic character. And we want to be really careful about valuing nature, not only as part of the educational curriculum, but also as part of preserving a very mature site. And so everything we're doing really comes down to trying to satisfy those 3 major goals. This is an interesting photo because it reminds you, I think it's been a while since we pointed this out, but the original Lowell building did not include the wings on the side. And you can see this happens to be before the wing in this photo, what is to the left side, was constructed. But the original was a really clean, sort of Georgian revival building that did not have the wings on each side of it. And as part of our work on the addition, we have consistently talked about that aesthetic of the existing building, drawing from that Georgian revival architecture, which is driven by symmetry. It's driven by sort of proportion of windows and the clean lines of the windows and lining them up and making sure that you're symmetrical from one side to the other. We've talked about the materials and the materials on the existing building, the brick, the precast, the detail work that occurs in the brick in some locations, the entablature and the cornice that goes around the perimeter of the building. And so all of those are things that we've continued to try to keep as part of the building. And one thing that is fascinating to us, and I'm not sure we've ever really mentioned it, but the Lowell School includes steel construction, which was highly unusual for the time period that it was built. By example, the high school, the current high school, same time period, but much less steel and used in a completely different way in that building. And so the techniques that were utilized in the Lowell building, meaning the introduction of the steel, is one of the reasons that building has the capability of having large-sized classrooms and really works well as a reuse versus the high school, where you've got really small classrooms because it doesn't include sufficient steel to get the spans far enough to make those spaces large. So it's just an interesting fact that we've realized as we were doing the evaluation over the last couple of weeks that we may have failed to mention with regard to the building. This is the exact rendering that you've seen in the past with the proposed addition that we wanted to restudy, and the architecture of it that the building committee asked us to take another look at. So not a new rendering there, but one of the things that we want to point out is that with the addition actually starts here. And so for a portion of the addition, we're replicating the 1996 aesthetic so that we go through a transition with the addition. We go through matching the 96 from sort of here to here. We go through a transitional element with the white and the windows that you see here. And then we go to what is the learning commons space with the more, the vocabulary that sort of departs the most from the existing building. And you can see that in the floor plan where this is the end, you see the existing noted here with the dotted line. This is the end of the current 1996 building. So our addition includes a section here, the step here, which was the white I pointed out, and then it gets to the learning commons here. So we just realized in talking about it over the last couple of weeks that you might get the impression that the addition starts here and it's purely this piece, but it does include all of this, just sort of food for thought as an FYI. There was also a question around the existing mature trees on the Lowell site, and we acknowledged that there was certainly a cluster of trees that we were going to preserve, but we did not want to imply that that somehow made it unimportant what was right behind those trees. We still want everybody to feel confident, comfortable, and sort of love the architecture of the addition, but those are the trees that were mentioned, and they do exist. You can see in this particular photo that is the group of trees, and those would be preserved. The building would be, but the addition would be behind those. But you do have to keep in mind that this was taken in the summertime, and in the wintertime, those trees are going to lose their leaves, and you will see right through to it. So that's the reason we, in all of our renderings and all of our analysis, all of our discussion, we're sort of pretending that they don't exist, but we do want to acknowledge that they exist. And even in our future modeling of the building, you can see that our assumption is that they remain in that area. So subsequent to the committee's request at the last meeting to begin some study of alternative aesthetics for the addition portion of the Lowell, we show this just because this is where ideas start in an architectural office. Everybody just always sees the finished images, and I don't know if there's this assumption that we just automatically start off with finished images, but that's not the way it goes. There is a process, and so this is showing some of our evaluation sketches, just a handful of them as we were moving through evaluation over the last 2.5 weeks working towards some alternative solutions. This is what we're referring to as design option 1. You can see we're still proposing to keep that piece of the addition that matches the 1996 architecture in terms of the windows, the entablature, the cornice, everything. We're still proposing to keep that transition piece that you see right here, but we're changing the aesthetic as we move into the learning commons portion of the addition here. And we're essentially matching the detail of the entablature, the cornice, et cetera, and carrying that around the top of the building. But in lieu of breaking this into a series of glass walls with glass corners and pilasters only, you see we're borrowing more of the aesthetic from the existing windows, the divided buttons, a little bit more solid surface area on the corners. We are taking those right up to the entablature like the original building did, and by that I mean you can see where the windows start right at that entablature. We're borrowing that approach on these particular windows. We're staying with the, I'll say, orthogonal approach to laying out the facade of the building, and I'll explain that what that means later, but essentially the rectangular windows. We're keeping the base very similar to what it was in the prior version, but you can see the difference, and you see it here as well, where from this street edge, you can see we've got the learning commons, we've got some of the classroom areas that wrap around it, but we're keeping a very orthogonal line and very much in keeping with a lot of the details of the existing building. We still think this addition really pops out as being an important place, and we're clearly still bringing a tremendous amount of natural light into the building, but we think that it is a nice suggestion of something amazing is going on in this space without being too much of a departure from the existing architecture. This is what we're referring to as option 2. This borrows the Palladian window style from the main entry portico, and then this style of Palladian window once existed on the rear cafeteria and dining area. In fact, it still does on one side of that building, or one side of that space, but we're making sure that there's some symmetry to that. Again, we're reducing slightly the amount of glass. We've got the solid brick corners. We're still bringing the entablature and the cornice around, but we're making a really strong statement about that Palladian style window, which would have been period correct. It's definitely being used in a greater quantity than it is anywhere else on the building, so we have to be conscious of that, but it's certainly another aesthetic that could be followed and considered correct and argued as being a good solution. And then this option 3 really is not intended so much to be an option as it is to show you some other things we considered on all 3 variations and some other variations that we're not even showing tonight, where we take a treatment of the very top edge of the roof line, and on the flanking additions to the original Georgian building, you'll see this kind of treatment at the roof line, so we're experimenting with that a lot. We also reintroduce on this particular option the pilasters on the corners that you see coming down right here, which is also something that's on the flanking additions. And then we're experimenting as part of the palette with bringing the stone that's associated with the base up a little higher. We're only showing option 3 really to demonstrate that we explored a lot of different variations, and we're showing just a few of them tonight because we don't want to confuse the issue. But any one of these could be applied to any of the options, meaning you could obviously take the stone higher on the base on any of the options. You could obviously introduce the pilasters on any of the options. You could obviously change the roof on any of the options. We think that this roof treatment is too much. If this was a standalone building and it was a bank building, or, I said today Bank of America, but that's not a plug. But it feels like it's becoming too prominent with that roof treatment. So although we explored it, and we want you to know we explored a lot of different things, we don't really think that's appropriate. We think it draws too much attention to just that piece of the building. And then we also think that although the base would be appropriate in any of the options if it was a standalone building, because they did not carry the base across the 96 edition, the base comes up in stone on this original building, and if they had carried that along the line that you see right here and carried this down as stone, it would have been fantastic to go ahead and carry that stone on around this, but because it only appears here, it doesn't feel appropriate. We tested it because we felt like when we manipulated the roof line in this fashion, that the building felt a little heavy, and we were trying to anchor it a little more, but that's just architects sort of playing for the sake of testing various options. But the long and short of it is, we don't think that either one of these techniques, although they were part of a palette that we were testing, are appropriate. And you can see as we move around to the other side of the building, again, when the pilasters are applied and the base is brought up, that's what it looks like from this elevation. I would say that with regard to both options 2 and 3, where we have utilized the Palladian windows, and I'll go back through them. So as a reminder, this is option 2, and we're utilizing the Palladian window. Here's the other face along the street. And then when you go to option 3, the only change, again, is we're testing the roof edge, we've introduced the pilasters, and we've adjusted the base. They're both utilizing the same number of Palladium windows, same size and proportion of the Palladium windows. But one of the things that we ultimately decided that we very much liked a lot of the options we generated. We didn't necessarily think that any one of them you could say, you know, that's wrong. But one of the reasons we eventually went to option 1 as our choice has to do with this facade, where we're going to have this kind of punch window vocabulary with divided buttons. We're going to have the transition of this piece, but it's still very orthogonal, punched-in windows with divided buttons. And we feel the vocabulary of the option 1 addition, meaning the Learning Commons area, and this in option 1 blends best on this street facade, whereas when you introduce the Palladium window, it's a beautiful feature. Nobody loves Palladium windows more than me, but it's a little bit too much considering how restrictive the use of the Palladium window is on the original building. So with all of that having been said, we very much, if the building committee wants to choose an option that goes more traditional and is more in blending with the existing building versus the option that we had been presenting, then we think that this is our favorite among those 3. But at that point, I'll stop and open up. That's a lot of information to absorb. So I'll stop and open up for comment through the chairman.
What are you calling the original option?
Original.
Yeah.
Option A?
Yes, I don't want to say 0, because that sounds, you know, that has connotations that we don't like. Yes, I guess that's what, when I say original, I'm talking about the option that we've been showing for several weeks now, that the committee wanted us to explore something that blended more with the existing building, so.
Okay, committee comments. Vinnie?
Well, I will, you know, the architects, certainly their opinion, I really, you know, I'll weigh that strongly. I will just say that the Palladium window option with the curved things, it just, I don't know, it just, in my mind, it's sort of 1980s Philip Johnson dated kind of aesthetic, which I don't really like with the original. I don't think that really does justice to matching the original building. While I did say I really liked the original design, I thought it was, you know, striking. Looking at these, I think option 1 is, in my mind, if we were to go with one of these, I think option 3 is just too busy, too much stuff going on. I'm really not into that busyness. I think option 1 is fairly simple, and design option 1 is fairly straightforward, really matches the existing building, and it's not as striking as what the original design, but I think it still gives that a nice feel to that. So if we're just looking at the 3 options presented today, I would go with option 1.
Heidi?
I agree with Vinnie that the Palladium windows just really don't fit. Honestly, I thought of a church as soon as I saw them. That's just me, but it just doesn't fit with this architecture to me. It's clean, square, you know, lines that are everywhere else. But the only thing I'll say from a perspective of the kids inside the space, the original design has glass on the full corners, and we lose that in this design. So knowing that the trees there, if everybody went back and saw that the trees would be in front, I don't think the striking look of this would be as obvious. And of course, they showing a lot of reflection on it that probably wouldn't be there much of the day. But you're losing a lot of sunlight and a lot of daylight coming in on those corners by losing the glass that was in the original design on the corners.
Steve?
I really like option 1. I think it, I really appreciate, Scott, your explaining sort of the history of the steel incorporation into the original building, and that's the reason that the windows were able to be taken to the top and I think that architectural feature here, matching that, is really appropriate, and again, it, fits in with the history of the building. I think it also tones it down a little bit from the original option, although, I certainly like having a lot of that glass. I think the comment of it sort of screaming out of this is the prominent corner of the building, I think you've really accomplished toning that down and making it, more an appropriate addition to the building. So I really like option one, and I think it's an excellent job.
John?
Yeah, I actually agree with everything that Steve just said. I think it does blend with the rest of the building. Let me ask the question that was brought up about the light inside. Would you anticipate that it would be significantly less with option one versus what we saw originally?
I think we would just say that there's an enormous, as shown in option one, there's still an enormous amount of glass
Yeah.
on that, in that volume. I mean, to Heidi's point, it definitely was more of a glass box in the earlier design, but this is still an enormous amount of glass that allows you to look out of that space in any direction, because it's not as if we're only doing these on one facade. You can literally look out of that space in any direction and
Yeah.
have a significant amount of glass, so.
Yeah. I think it just matches with the rest of the building a little bit better.
I will say, we were tempted, and since we were tempted, we went ahead and did it. We did explore, versions of this that had glass on the corner, but it completely changes it once again to look like something that is very different from the
Right.
existing building.
Right.
Laurie?
If we're sharing opinions, I like the original the best. I think that, I think there's too much brick. I think it looks a little bit industrial. I understand it blends a little bit more, but I like the original.
Tom?
Since we're going with opinions, I also prefer the original. One question I do have, is there any maintenance issues versus the original versus, say, option one?
No, I don't think so. I think it would be equal in that regard.
Before I recognize anybody else, I'm going to weigh in. I like the original option that you came up with all the glass. That's been my favorite from the beginning. And my justification in telling the community you get 2 new wow factor schools, this gives this school a wow factor because they're not getting a new school. Those 2 other options, the other options, and I thank you and your team for walking through the process. And it is a process, and we'll vote at some point to make a decision here, but I feel like we should be giving this school community another piece of a wow factor, and for me, this does it. That's my opinion, so we can ask for opinions from Kelly, Lindsay. Lindsay?
Sure. I like the option one version. When we flipped back to the original option one, it just seemed even more out of place after seeing this to me. And so after seeing this one, I really love the floor-to-ceiling windows still. I don't see it as a loss without the glass in the corners. I mean, like, I can kind of picture from the inside that you can see all the way around. And I think it still looks like an important and new and a bit more modern part of the building than the rest, because they're much taller windows. I know, but when we flipped back to the other one, I kind of looked at it, it's like, oh, it seemed to fit even less after seeing this version.
Kelly?
So just going back and forth, and Scott knows some of my opinions already, but I think the original concept is, it's an in-between. So we're not too different, we're a little different, and we're not traditional, and I just don't think an in-between works. I think we either need to do something like the library, where we do something completely different, or we need to stay with the traditional. If the town is going towards a traditional, then I really think that I would go for option one. I would bring the windows down a little bit on the datum to align with the adjacent windows, to have a few courses above them. I like all of the brick. I wouldn't do the pilasters. I think it brings too much attention to it. But the original one has way too much glass. I think we're going to run into major issues on the south facade with heat gain. I don't know about the program inside, if it's even necessary to have that much glass. But again, I think what I would caution is with the original one, I know a lot of people like it, is it's a little bit of an eyesore because it's an in-between. It's not one or the other. And so I think if we want to pursue that a little bit more, then I would almost push AI3 to go a little bit further and a little bit different. Like, let's look like 21st century learning, or we stay with the traditional feel. I think we just have to pick one or the other, so.
Paul?
I think the options with the Palladium windows kind of give it, I don't know, more of a power plant look is what I'm seeing when I look at that. I like option 1, and I say, wow, that's a lot of grills. And I'm hoping that the window grills are between the glass so we don't clean individual grills. I'm sure that'd be the case. I might like to see some brick at the top, like Kelly mentioned, but I'm still getting drawn back to the original. It's going back to the in-between, the original. So I
Members
could
of
go
the public.
original 1.
Does anyone have a comment from the public? Please identify yourself for, by the way, 1 second. I want to introduce Vivian and Ann. Ann is our recording secretary this evening, and Vivian is our owner's project manager. So, Alodia.
Mark,
Welcome to both of you.
67 Marion Road. Would you like the Project Zero better if it had more grills in the windows and had that band of brick across the top? Because I, too, agree. I love the wow.
Just saying that maybe
If there's just more brick.
If you
instead of
had
so much
where the white band is, that little band above the windows, if that were brick, that would tie what you're saying, the carry-through. But if you've ever been to the Frank Lloyd Wright House in Manchester and you see those windows butted that you look right through, it is stunning. It's wow. And then I don't know if I'd be destroying that design, Scott, to suggest would the grill kind of carry through there, would that be mucking it up too much? Because I really did like the Ground Zero the best.
Anyone else?
I appreciate that Tom and Mark and Lori have such good taste.
Anyone else? Jimmy, please identify yourself.
Yeah, Jimmy Mello, 100 Warren Street. I like the original. I agree with the members of the board here. I think the original gives it, it does it. Maybe add the brick like Alodia said and like Kelly said, but that's the way to go. That's my opinion.
Scott? Jim? Oh, okay. Before, sorry.
Gary. 77 Boylston Street. I'd like to second what Lindsay and Kelly have already said. I think the first version was a little too in between. It either needs to be more in keeping, like it's an extension of what's there, or differentiate itself. And if you, sounds like you want to differentiate it, make it special, and I would go further, be a little bolder.
Suggest what? What would you suggest?
Let's,
I think that's up to them to do, but I think there are a lot of examples.
Scott, did you have anything you wanted to add?
The only thing I would add, and this is not part of the presentation, I had to go to the file, pass it, but we did study, as I said, many variations. This happens to be one where we did it, I think it was Heidi that mentioned it. We did nothing more initially than just changing the color of the buttons on the windows to white in this particular version. And then we did just evaluate subdividing them more. And this is the version that I think becomes, way too strong and way too different. But I just wanted to point those out. I think that my comment would be, a great conversation around this reminds me of the beauty of the open public process in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Design is somewhat subjective, and as I said earlier, we would argue that even though you might not prefer option 2, there are those who would adamantly defend it. So I think that it really is a decision about whether, you agree with us on option one, that if you want to go more traditional and match the building, then you do so with something like option one. If you feel like it needs to be more of a statement, we have continued to say that we do feel strongly that this should not be a super modern addition to a historic building that really has nothing to do with that historic building. I mean, even if the library, if you look at that addition, they borrowed the brick, they borrowed the precast, they borrowed a lot of components from the historic building. It's not like a reflective glass box attached to the library. So I think that we felt like initially, when we were presenting this as an option, we were doing a fairly significant departure from the existing architecture while still borrowing some elements. And so I know it's been called an in-between. We didn't think it was an in-between. We thought it was kind of borrowing some elements of the existing building, but being modern, being somewhat modern. And I think it's a choice, and it's somewhat of a personal and subjective choice as to whether something like that's the right thing to do, or whether you go with the more blended style of traditional.
Can I assume safely that nobody wants to do the Palladian window one?
I
Okay,
think that's
so-
correct. So Palladian windows are ruled out.
Okay, so we let, it's very close. Kelly?
What if, I know time is not on our side right now, but it sounds like we're leaning to two different directions. So I wonder if we can just take another stab. I know that it takes a little bit of time, and I don't know how everyone feels about it. But, stick with the original one, maybe add a little bit of brick like some others have said. And then, I don't know, Scott, like in the beginning when you guys were just having fun internally in the office, did you look at something that was a little bit, push the envelope a little bit more? I'm just curious to see what that even looked like, because we've never even seen, maybe we would like it, I don't know. It would just be interesting to see what that could look like in a rendering.
Well, I think that for us, option zero was that, honestly. Like, I think that if you want a departure from the existing building and you want something that really stands out for us, option zero was that option. And it has never felt right to us to do something that was more radically different than the existing building than that option zero. And so we could certainly explore that, but I would want clear direction from everybody collectively, because that's a big effort to go back now and sort of completely clear the slate and say, let's start over with something completely different.
Tom?
Sorry.
When I hear radically different, and I'm going to show my age a little bit on this, when I happened to go to the East Junior, when it was the Brigham House, was the East Junior, and the gymnasium auditorium, which we're going to be knocking down, that was part of that East Junior. You want to talk about radically different from the Brigham House and connected, that was ugly. It was ugly in the 70s. It is ugly now. I am very concerned that if we go overly, really radical, we're going to be doing the same thing. That's just my opinion.
Anyone else? John?
Just what's the timing for decision-making here? When do you need to have a decision?
Well, our goal on all three of the projects was to wrap up design development by the end of this, by July 29th is actually the date. But we would never want to put this committee or anybody in a position where we said, oh, it's too late, you have to make a decision. But if it stressed our design team to even reevaluate this much at this phase of the project, I think that if we were going to continue to do significant modifications to this, then we're definitely gonna have to decide that date. But I wouldn't necessarily make a decision if you're uncomfortable, because ultimately, it's your project, your building.
I guess my question wasn't so much that requesting you to do a lot more work, but whether we need to make a decision today versus a subsequent meeting, not necessarily requiring you to do more work.
Oh, I think that if you feel there's sufficient information and development done, that it would be helpful to have a decision, because we're holding off on the development of the exterior of this building right now as a result of not having a decision on it.
Okay.
Steve?
I would just add that while I prefer option one, I think it blends best with the building. I also can see the value in option zero. I think that is certainly a statement, and I think either one would be a wonderful addition to the building, so I don't know, just thought I'd throw that out.
Any other comments? Laurie?
I just want to piggyback on what Kelly said. My suggestion would be to have Scott go back, add that more brick, just a little bit, see if we can blend those two, and then us be ready to make a decision at the next meeting. We are having one this month. We're still be on track if we do that, but it gives us just one more option. It gives us time to take everything in that we talked about today, and then come ready in 2 weeks to make that decision.
Scott, can we do that?
I guess I would just, sure, absolutely, you can do anything you want.
We can also change the timeline.
You're the chairman, and this is a committee, you can do anything you want. I guess I would just ask for a little bit of clarity, because we did test some of those things. I guess we would ask for a little bit of clarity with regard to what that means.
Brick band stuff, right? How about the big windows? Yes, so it would be like a striping going around, kind of together with the other building.
Well, I think the challenge with that is you never want it to look like glass is sort of supporting just a small piece of brick above each window.
So I think, to sort of break it down, the difference between the original here, which I originally liked a lot, and I still like a lot, although I would be okay with the option one. I guess the big difference between this and option one, if we're talking about, sort of in between or one of the other, is that this has glass on the corners, and the other options, you showed us have brick on the corners. I mean, in my mind, that's sort of the major difference. And I guess, I guess if we were to break down the decision process in terms of what we like about people like option one, people who like the original, I think it sort of hinges on the corner treatment of this building. So if you could imagine, would you be happy with option one if just the corners were brick instead of glass? Would that solve the problem? Would everybody feel happy with that as sort of the midway design?
You mean option zero?
With the original, this is, the original, if you look at this original here, and if you look at option one, basically it has, if you could imagine that with brick on the corners instead of glass, and then the other significant difference is the dividing pieces on the window, instead of being black, would be white. I mean, I guess Lindsay and Kelly, your thoughts on that? Is that really sort of the decision point that we're at?
What if, on option one, have we looked at taking the aesthetic of the windows on option zero and applying that? So, getting rid of, I think we're calling them grills, and simplifying the look of that. Because I will go back, I know it would be really wonderful in there to have that much glass, but I worry about just the passive and solar gain in there. That's a ton of glass that's south facing. And I'm just not sure how we're going to treat those windows, no louvers. Those are huge shades if we're going to have, motorized shades. I'm just curious on how we're going to prevent the light from overfeeding the space because of all of the glass. So I think we need to look at it functionally as well, even though it is, appealing to have that wrapped corner detail.
Well, I think with regard to the heat gain, it is an area where we get a lot of benefit from those trees, because in the analysis, I think that we would find that in the wintertime, when those leaves are off, that heat gain is going to be very nice that would be received on those two faces. And in the summertime, when the trees are in foliage, that it would help us out. I don't think we're as concerned about the heat gain dictating whether it has glass on the corners or not. It's just that the glass on the corners seemed to be the element that was identified previously as taking it in a more contemporary direction.
And then the last thing I'll say is just kind of talking about the marriage of brick. I think one thing that is kind of hard on the option 0 is just all of the white and the vertical aspect of it, where you only really have that on the original, I don't know, is that the front? Or formerly known as the front. So I'm just reading 3 different types of architecture in it, because you have the formerly front, the addition, and then now ours. And so I'm just seeing 3 different components that are all trying to look the same. So that's the last thing I'll say.
Well, I mean, we do have to move on here. We can talk about this for another 3 hours.
Would you want to take a sense of the committee, just for a record?
Yeah, why don't you make some type of a motion to,
Well, I mean, we have 2 ways. We could either make a motion that we go with one, or the original, or option 1, or we could just take a poll and everybody we could tabulate it. I mean, what do you think?
Can we ask what-
Will get us better to a decision to move forward, so.
Can we ask what Vivian's opinion is? I'm just curious.
Vivian, did you
What
have
our
a
OPM
comment?
would recommend.
That's true, I forgot, I was thinking, we should probably ask Vivian. Microphone's in front of you. Don't be shy.
And it's on, too. I kind of agree with Scott's comment that I don't feel as though the solar gain is going to be such a huge concern, because the cast of trees that are really in front of this space, where clearly we're not seeing them at the moment, since visually we want to take more notice of the architecture, but those will cast a good amount of shadow. And so I don't feel that solar gain is a huge concern. Personally, if it's my personal opinion, I kind of like option 1.
And I'm sorry if I wasn't super clear. Can you just give us your opinion on timing? Like, what do you think we
If
should do
you-
for, like, decision-making? Do you
I
think
mean,
that?
it'd be wonderful if you guys could make a decision today, because it would give clear direction to Scott and to move forward, and we could still stay on our schedule of having the deliverables be due on the 29th, and getting cost estimation, because there is still a process to have the cost estimators review them, and I'm sure there's going to be some value engineering that needs to go back and forth. But if you need another 2 weeks and or maybe a week where Scott can go back and do but specific changes and small changes to give you guys kind of like an in-between to make everyone feel comfortable, it's not the end of the world. You're not losing that much time.
How about if we do this? How about if we do, everybody that likes the original option 0, we're calling it, raise your hand, and everybody that likes designer option 1. So let's go first with designer option 0. How many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and designer option 1. You guys don't count, unfortunately. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 to 5.
Mr. Chairman, what that means to us is we did a really good job with both options.
You did a really good job of dividing the committee. Anne Marie, quickly, because we do have to move on.
I just wanted to suggest that we go around the corner because I peeked a little forward, and maybe after we go around the corner with the rest of the design and you think about consistency and the wow factor, that after we look at that, you come back and look at this again. It's just a suggestion.
We got to do whatever we do, we got to move quickly.
Yes, okay. We do have some more territory to cover, so we'll move through that quickly. Just in looking at the Library Media Center, I know it was Tom that first mentioned, and we indicated we'd follow up at some point in time in the future. We do feel that the Library Media Center needs a new treatment, that what was done is not particularly effective under, I don't know, no scenario would you really propose to do that sort of flat panel wall system on the addition, but we do propose to introduce the cornice, a little bit of an entablature, panelize those lower sections, project out the bottom, and blend that piece in more. There's certainly a cost associated with that. We'll see it in design development and can evaluate it further then, but that's what we're proposing in that location. And then on the entrance side of the building, I always say the back of the building, the entrance side of the building, we just want to point out, this is the fitness center addition, the fitness space, I should say, addition, and this is the service area addition. And we're really just, it is the backside, we're right up against the street. A lot of these spaces don't need windows down low because they're active fitness areas. So we are proposing that these additions blend in with the existing gymnasium and dining area. And you can see these pieces represent the multi-purpose space, or the fitness space that I mentioned is here. And then the service and restrooms piece is here, which is here. This is looking at them straight on an elevation. We are going to try to introduce a few more windows up high to that space, but we're essentially matching the existing brick detailing, et cetera, on the back of the building. That's showing that gymnasium as it exists now. That's showing what happens when we place our addition in front of it. I do want to point out that we're going to test introducing some windows up high there, but just to give you a sense of the scale. But what we really wanted to talk about is the entry to the building on that side, and how, this is looking at the current site plan layout and entry into that side, and see how the stair makes you sort of come off the street, go around the planter, wind up here. There's no direct path to the doors, which is highly unusual when you're trying to create a key entry point. This stair is over here, makes you come over and go in, and it does a lot to impede the entry and make it look like a back of house entry. So what we're proposing is to align a stairway with the doors, align this path right to the sidewalk so that you don't have to turn in and then go up and then turn around, and create an easier flow and a more natural flow into that primary entry on the back of the building. And then step down and terrace and introduce some green area. The fact that it's just sort of a concrete wasteland now doesn't certainly help in making it inviting. Everything's concrete, the walls are concrete, the pathway's concrete. So we're trying to introduce some green space there. This is a photo of that area to give you a little sense of what I'm talking about in terms of all the concrete and the way the stairs don't direct you towards the door. And this is our proposed solution, where you can see this stair is engaging the sidewalk directly, taking you right in. This stair is taking you right in, and this allows us to introduce some more green space at that side of the building. And then also, as part of, without completely demolishing and rebuilding this, we're trying to introduce a little bit more significant of a portico. We're borrowing the pediment from the front of the building, some columns in that area, introducing the green. And you can see it from that angle as well, how we're trying to improve that entry of the building. Even from this side where the stair kind of makes you go in, go up, and then turn at a weird angle to find the front or the entry doors, we're making it a more easy flow from this side. And I think with the time constraints, we're going to hold off on the, We had a small amount of information on the Cuniff and Hosmer, but it's not significant for tonight, so we'll go back to that discussion around
The options.
the addition, the primary addition.
John?
I just want to make one quick comment on the entrance, the work that you did on the new entrance. And I think it looks nice. I would defer to Stacy, she's the principal. And the question that came in my mind was whether there's enough space there for people, whether they're going to kind of, it's too much crowding at the entrance. That would be my one question I would run that by the principal.
Sure.
Because it seems to me it's tight potentially when school's coming in and out.
Especially when you
Sure.
That long there, exactly.
you get the benches and people gathering.
Yeah, there's benches there and all the rest. I just wonder whether, I like the idea of benches, but I just wonder whether it's a little too tight at peak travel times.
It had been requested of us that we create more opportunities for parents to sort of be seated in there, but we'll revisit the balance of introducing that seating for parents and making sure there's good flow through there. Point well taken.
Paul?
Scott, I really love what you did with the back front entrance. That's, what you see now today was not the design in '96, and that was like an afterthought the way it is now. I like the looks here. One thing just to keep in mind is that they will run a sidewalk plow down there in the snow, and after 20 or 30 hours in a confined space like that, that driver thinks he's supposed to be taking down the signs. He thinks that's his job.
Yeah.
So anything in that area, you
It
want to
projects
make
out.
sure there's enough space to get a sidewalk plow. It's a V-plow that'll come down and right through that sidewalk. So
good point.
give him as much space as possible.
Good
please.
point.
Any other comments on the entrance? Kelly?
I think that depending on what we do with the addition will really speak to the entrance. I don't know if the entrance that you're showing right now would really relate to option 0. So I'm just wondering, would you change the entrance if you were to go to option 0? Or would it stay?
It would definitely stay. I think on this side, we're just making some really subtle gestures to make it feel a little bit more like the Georgian architecture that
Okay.
the rest of the
All right,
building is.
gotcha. I just want to
Yeah.
understand the intent. Okay.
So, again, my suggestion, we're going to have to wait till next meeting and let Scott take some of our comments back and see if he can tweak the design a little bit, and we can make a decision at that point. And if we can do it maybe a couple days earlier, so we have some time to think about it, so that we can send out, we get rid of option 3 and all those windows, so that makes it a little better. But as you can see, we have a split committee. We're missing a couple of people this evening, but, I think that it shows that we have some concerns. Yes?
We haven't really talked about the landscaping too much, and maybe I missed this, but are those trellises in the front? I've just been meaning to ask you, and I keep forgetting.
They are. In this rendering, they're shown as all white, and they wouldn't actually be all white, but those are shaded areas for the outdoor classroom areas, and then the related areas are the outdoor gardening areas.
Okay.
And actually, since we produced that image, we've eliminated the upper tier of trellises.
Okay.
That kind of interfere with the sightline of the building.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay.
I don't know who that person in the audience is that just spoke up.
Thank you. Sustainability Committee update.
Just quickly, we met prior to this meeting, and the AI3 went through the lead scorecard for the Hosmer, mostly in the Hosmer and the Cuniff are rather similar. So we talked about that in some level of detail, which was useful.
Okay. The next item is the review and approval of the OPM for the elementary school projects, and I did have Christine forward you the document, and I hope that everybody has had an opportunity to review. I've had many conversations with Hill to try to work so that we can manage the budget part of it. So, before we ask for comments, can I get a motion to put this on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that the school building committee recommends to the town manager to move forward and execute the contract for Hill International as OPM for the 3 elementary school project as was presented to us.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. This was also reviewed by KP Law. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Our next item is, we're moving on to the high school now, and it's a presentation and update on the request for services for designer services for the high school, and we're going to make a little transition here, so give us a second.
Sure, it might help just for me to follow on, thank you.
She's not a voting member, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have to know in advance. I can have a computer. Next time we'll figure that out. Typically, I just let Scott look up, bring something and book something. That's typically the easiest. Okay. Moving on to the high school, I want to introduce Tim Bonfatti and Christy Murphy from Compass Project Management, who is a firm that's representing us as project managers on the high school. And Tim is going to start walking us through the presentation. We weren't prepared to do a PowerPoint at this point because I didn't realize we were, whatever, it doesn't matter. We don't have a PowerPoint.
We'll bring our own computer next
I'm
time.
not going to make excuses. We don't have a PowerPoint. We have paper copies, so I'm going to ask Tim to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Mark. So first, I haven't been able to speak to the whole committee, so I want to thank you very much for awarding us the contract for OPM. We're very excited. This is going to be a very challenging and interesting job. As you all know, you're very familiar with the challenges, and hopefully it'll be interesting as we move through it. So what we've done is handed out to you is the presentation, and we're going to walk through the designer RFS, but we're also going to talk about some other issues, particularly related to the MSBA, because this project is an MSBA project, unlike the elementary school project. So we want to kind of give you a little bit of an update of sort of the terminology that you'll hear frequently around the MSBA, as well as some of the, particularly around cost caps, which if those of you who were at the OPM panel interview process at the MSBA, they want us to make sure you're aware of sort of how that grant system works. And so we'll talk about that. I thought before, since we interviewed in front of a smaller group, that we would just do a little bit about sort of the roles of the people that you'll be seeing from Compass, and a bit about our background and experience. So these first few slides are ones that those on the OPM panel have seen before. I mean, those that were on the OPM subcommittee had seen before, but Christy Murphy is our senior project manager and is here tonight. Christy is going to be assisted by Allison Ma as the project manager, and Mary Cuppins is our project accountant, so there is a fairly, I wouldn't say elaborate, but detailed MSBA accounting process, and we usually fold that in, obviously, with the town's accounting process. So Mary has been doing this for 10 years and really is an expert around that, so she'll be handling project accounting. We're also working with, we had which I'll talk a little more about, but the designer walkthrough. Chin Lin is working with us he's one of our project managers. Chin is an architect that is very creative and I think would be helpful in this search for the right solution. So Chin is going to also be working with us on sort of particularly around that idea of kind of creative solutions. So the experience, we brought 4 projects we presented to the OPM subcommittee that were similar. The Stoughton High School project, which we are now completing just now actually for fall occupancy, is the project on the left. And as you can see, it's a roughly 1,065 student population. It is being constructed on the same site as the current high school in a very close proximity to it. It's so it is sort of the classic, often done where a high school is being built on the fields of an existing school, and then the existing school is taken down and the fields are recreated on that former footprint. It's a very interesting and exciting project, obviously, and Stoughton is a town that's very excited to have, as all high schools tend to be, kind of a whole community resource, and they get developed and that kind of excitement. So that project, as I mentioned, is ready for occupancy this fall. We have substantial completion next week on that. The other project, which is in many ways probably more relevant, is the John Kennedy Middle School in Natick. And I say relevant because that project is on, much like the current Watertown High School, on a very constricted site with very limited options around it. And the solution that is going to be built there, which you see a rendering of it, is going to be built in phases because we can't complete it within the constrained footprint of that site. And so it's a very intensive 5-phase project. We have a very aggressive summer phase, which is currently underway. It just started, broke ground a few months ago. But that project is on a very fast track to get occupancy in 18 months from the start of construction. I neglected to add about the staff when I look at this. I talked about the feasibility and design phase. During the construction phase, we have our on-site construction manager is George McMahon, who would join the team at that point when we get closer to construction. And Brian Kelly is our vice president, who sort of works with me in terms of particularly around construction issues. Brian's a pretty seasoned builder and construction manager. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christy, who's going to talk about 2 other projects that we have, which happen to be projects that Christy's been involved in.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. I just want to echo Tim's thank you. We're very excited about the project. So the Boston University Dental School, we thought this was relevant because, again, it's an urban site. It's on the Boston Medical Center campus, so Albany Street. It abuts a neighborhood of brownstones and then 2 hospital campuses on either side. We're actually building an addition on 2 sides, overcladding the existing 1960s precast building with a fresh facade, and then doing an interior phased renovation as well. So similar challenges if we were to ever go that direction. So just wanted you to understand our experience with that. And then Middleborough High School. Interesting because it is the same size, the new school, it's a new high school being built on the current site. It is the same size as your existing high school and the same design students, number of students, 720 students. So we are in construction now. We'll actually be occupying over holiday break, so a little bit of an untraditional turnover. So it'll turn over in January of 2021, and then we'll take the existing high school down and do the fields. So as Tim said, it's a full community resource, and all the programs you would expect of a current high school. If we could, I'm going to go right into the timeline. So what we've highlighted here is just, it's obviously very high-level milestones. We have a full schedule that this is based on, but we just wanted to take you through the process, as Tim said, as it relates to the MSBA. I mean, the MSBA's capital program sort of drives these milestones that you see here. So we're in the designer selection process now, as Tim said, and at the end, our last slide, I'll take you through the milestone dates for the designer selection process. But the idea is that in September, we have a designer on board. And we go right into the preliminary design phase, which is starting to look at, well, Tim will do a little bit more of this, but starting to look at your existing conditions and then start to explore what are the options in town for any sites. So the goal is that we would have this submission ready for the MSBA in February of 2020. And there's a lot of work that goes into that, including these green stars here, which are the community forums. Transparency is a very big part of the process. I'm sure it's a big part of your community process as well. So we'll want to have, between September and February of 2020, actually 2 community forums, one likely in November and then another between January and February. And then from February, so what happens, each one of these phases, we submit to the MSBA, and then they give us comments, like 3 weeks later, and then we have 2 weeks to respond to their comments. The designer continues design through that time, but that's part of the process, and it's built into this timeline. So the next milestone is the preferred schematic report. That's when you've honed down and got to what you're taking forward as the design that you'd like to move forward with. And that would be in June of 2020, and we would have a community forum in May, again, to engage the community in the process. And then you then design that selected option all the way through a schematic design process. Full due diligence, and that's December of 2020. And then we move forward into another community forum before February, which we think would be around when you would be looking to vote and move this forward. And then the next year, yes, sorry.
Is there a typo? Is that February of '21?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it is.
Yes, yeah.
And then, so this is all? Yep. And then these should be 22 and 22, yes. Thank you, sorry about that. So then, from there is about a year to develop the design to your bid documents or construction documents. So that takes you out to December of 2022 and a construction start of October.
No, those are accurate. The 21s are accurate. It's about 10 months to get through design to start a construction.
So we got to go February to CDs.
21.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then.
12/21.
I'm sorry. And then
12/21 and then
right.
10/22.
Yeah. What this planned in the schedule, and this is, so first of all, this is subject to working with the selected designer, because obviously we have to work in collaboration with them around it. But what this did anticipate was that there would be early bid packages around this project. So, and that was really designed so that we could hit, when you look at the end date, we always try to end a project so that it's opening for the fall. So what we did was we worked backwards from a projected sort of end date, opening date, and that requires us to do some kind of construction early packages in the fall of 2021. That's why the construction start is different than the completion of CDs. Now, I will tell you that as I said, that's what we have presented. We're going to be coming back to you about whether this committee wants to use CM at risk, because that would require using CM at risk as the delivery method. It may not, if it's not appropriate for the school, we might revisit that, but that's how we presented it initially.
So, right, so I just want to restate that. So the 21s are correct.
Yeah.
It's just anticipating early bid packages and starting construction a little bit early.
Yeah. The misprint is the ballot vote.
Yeah, it was the ballot vote, so, sorry.
So you could see these, the MSBA is a bit about initials and submissions, and they can get very confusing. So what we did on the next page was sort of laid out for you what those terms mean and initials mean. So the PDP, which you'll hear a lot about, is the preliminary design program. That is essentially, that's not really a design submission in the sense of showing any kind of graphics beyond sort of orientation and adjacencies. The key part of the PDP is the educational program. The educational program is the document written by the educators that communicates to the architects and the designers what the educational, what the building is supposed to be doing in terms of education. And there's a fairly detailed description in the MSBA regs about what the PDP will include. And it will be most likely a 50 to 70 page document, again, written in the voice of educators, not by architects. They want the educators to say, here's how our building is functioning now. These are the things that we see as deficiencies for what we want to accomplish in, as an example, STEM, but you basically go through all parts of a curriculum, as well as parking in site and how the building should function around the site. And then it communicates, this is what we'd like to see in our building. So it's really, if you will, it's kind of the direction to the architects that this is how the building should relate to the educational program. And I know in talking with the superintendent that there is a visioning process going on now about education, and we need to fold into that process in some way to get the educational program. So that's the key part of the preliminary design plan, and we've already been talking with the superintendent about how that could be undertaken even currently. They can start to think about that, and that's something that she'll be dealing with more. The initial space summary, it folds out of that educational program and the MSBA regs, but essentially that lays out in an Excel spreadsheet how the building will lay out by space. So it's broken down into several categories, but there'll be classroom categories, there'll be cafeteria, there'll be arts and sciences, there'll be physical education, administration, various aspects around special education. So that that is a tabular sort of take on how the building, what kind of spaces will be in the building. It's multiplied by a grossing factor for corridors and bathrooms and closets and MDF, IT and rooms and so forth. And that actually defines the space. And that document in particular is pretty significantly negotiated with the MSBA, because the MSBA has certain rules around how much space they provide for certain types of functions. And while if you can justify it in the ed plan to exceed it, you can get approval to do more. And historically, that has happened. That will be reimbursable. They also allow you to exceed it if you choose to pay for it 100% on your own. But that is also a big part of the planning process. You really can't design a building, obviously, until you know the size that you want to design and you know, in general, the makeup of the kinds of rooms that are in it. So that's another part of that preliminary design plan that's developed in the fall. And that is actually more engaged with architects. While the ed plan is much more written in the voice of educators, the initial space summary is something that the programmer with the design firm would undertake. Then the other component is the evaluation of existing conditions. So that would be, for instance, a complete evaluation of the structure of the existing high school, because whether it's the right option or the preferred option, we have to study an ad reno of the existing high school. That's the nature of the MSBA program. And so obviously to do that effectively and understand what that implies, we need to understand the structure, the mechanical systems, the hazardous material components, as every high school of any size in the state has, of that age, has some elements that need to be dealt with around that. The site the existing utilities and the conditions of those. So there's a overall total evaluation of the existing conditions that's part of that PDP. The site development requirements, which relates to particularly around zoning and permitting and the kinds of requirements that are going to go into the development of the site. And then also in the PDP is when we first begin telling the MSBA about these are the alternatives we plan to study. So for those of you who are at our interview, you know, we try to cast a wide net working with the architects around options, and we begin to funnel them down to the preferred schematic. So that is the top part of the funnel. That's the where we tell the long list of options that we intend to study. And we usually tell them that we're circling around these 3 or 4 or 5, if they're sort of the more obvious preferred ones. So that's what a PDP is. That's the first big submission to the MSBA. The second is the preferred schematic report, which, as Christy mentioned, is when we collectively tell the MSBA that this is the option that we want to move forward with and we want your approval. That option, that report gets voted on and approved by the MSBA board. So that's the first step in the process that the MSBA board takes a vote. They don't take a vote on the PDP, they do take a vote on the preferred schematic report. So within that, although there's only 3 items on this list, there are 3 pretty intense items. So the evaluation of existing conditions is essentially continuing that process because we will inevitably learn more about the building as we start to test fit ideas in it. And the final evaluation, the designers take these 3 or 4 kind of sort of shortlisted options down to a level of detail that's pretty more than a concept, for those of you who are familiar with it. It's not by any means schematic, but it's a fairly detailed look at how these buildings will lay out. Not so much around exterior, but around the interior layouts of the buildings. Whether it's, again, as I mentioned, there will have to be an ad reno as part of that, and then whatever else we do. Oh, there also has to be a code upgrade. I'm not really sure why the MSBA continues to require districts to study this, but they want the district to say, what would you spend on this building simply to bring it up to code, regardless of whether it complies with the educational program. So that's another sort of required study that needs to occur. And then out of that and through the process that engaging the community and in terms of getting feedback, we would come to the preferred solution. Working with the committee would hopefully at that point be coming around to they would come around and vote for the preferred solution. And we also try to engage, obviously, the other boards in town that are important to this process. You know, the selectmen and school committee, in particular school committee, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about, as well as obviously the finance committee. So, I'm sorry, in Watertown, it's the town council. So that's the preferred solution. So that is the preferred schematic report that's submitted. All of these reports end up stretching the timeline a bit because the MSBA wants time to review it. In some cases, as much as 6 weeks on the preferred schematic. There's usually an interim meeting with their facilities assessment subcommittee where they will get down to quite a bit of detail and pick at the reasoning behind why you make these decisions. It can be sometimes, for many communities, a frustrating component because there tends to be, they get very into your business around that. But I think you'll see that mostly their comments make sense. That they may deliver them in a funny way, but mostly they make sense and they're stuff that should be considered. So that once we get to that preferred schematic report, and we've timed it with a board vote, which is the other schedule issue, is that the board and the MSBA meets roughly every 2 months. And so between the submittal deadlines and the facilities assessment subcommittee and the need to hit a board, there's we don't want to miss dates easily because we end up having to move another 2 months.
And can I just add one thing? So we guesstimated the board meetings based on their past schedules in our schedule, but they haven't posted those dates for obviously the years ahead. So you may see a shift, and and I'll certainly let you know in those meetings when those are posted, that suddenly things shift a bit. It will be around those dates, because, as Tim said, they're very important.
And then, so the board, in the MSBA, the board votes are not dramatic, they're set. The staff won't put a project in front of a board for a vote that it doesn't know won't be supported. So the boards are basically set up as kind of official votes, but there's no real business done at them, more or less, other than that vote to approve it. Then the last report, and the one that's voted on by the MSBA and then subsequently by the town, usually subsequently by the town, is the schematic design report. And that is when you take the preferred solution and develop it through schematic design. And schematic design, for those of you, this board is familiar with it because you've worked with this in the elementary schools, but it's roughly 30%. I mean, there are generally 3 stages in the design process. Schematic design is the first, so it's roughly 30%. We want to make sure that that's a very good and solid design and picks up as much as we can, because it is what we will estimate the project on, and the designer will estimate the project and we'll reconcile. And that is the number that we go to the town and say, this is what this project will cost. So I'm not sure what Watertown's history has been, but many towns on non-MSBA projects want to design, they first do a design appropriation, then they bid it, and then they take the bids to the town, and the town approves a bid. In the MSBA process, you approve the budget at schematic design, and that's what you know, and we have to maintain that budget all throughout the course of the project, from to bid and then obviously through completion. So the schematic design report includes a lot of other items as well. It obviously includes the final design program and space template. A full traffic analysis, so they'll want to know that we have gotten through, although obviously we haven't been able to commence permitting at that point, but they'll want to know that traffic makes sense from a permitting standpoint and from the town's awareness. An environmental assessment, geotechnical, and we usually will end up doing that in 2 phases. Code analysis, so we want the code, we know that the project will not have any, or if there are variances, we need to tell them this is the variances that we'll be applying for. Sustainability, and I heard that there's a whole sustainability committee, and we will be engaging with the designer sustainability team with you on that. The Disabilities and Massachusetts Access Board analysis. Again, if there's a variance required that wouldn't be required on a new project, but if there is one required on an ad reno, it would need to be identified in that. All of the room data sheets, which are the very granular look at each one of the rooms and where the outlets are and how much IT is in the room and sort of the characteristics of each room. The project delivery system. So as I mentioned, in Massachusetts, you can bid projects if you can feel comfortable that the designs can be shown adequately on the drawings and the bid, and that the bidders can, and that there's a bidding pool at a project this size, and that they can bid it. You'll bid projects. That's the traditional method. In Massachusetts now, we also, for the past 10 years, have been able to use CM at risk, which is usually more appropriate in complex phase projects, but that's something, as I said, we would discuss as we get further into the process. Construction estimates, and we do this a number of times before we get to this point, but, one other time, we do it at the preferred schematic report. But the construction estimates, we do typically an estimate, the architect does an estimate, we spend time getting together. That's a time when we really understand, because the 2 estimators are talking and we're talking with the architect, what's in the building. They have to make certain assumptions because it isn't a finished design, and they tell us those assumptions, and it helps us understand fully what's in the building and that it's priced properly. The total project budget, which is beyond the construction cost, all of your soft costs, and then the reimbursement. We work with the MSBA around, I'm going to talk more about that later on, but about what makes up the reimbursement and what's reimbursable and what is the town's reimbursement going to be, and a project schedule. That's the report the MSBA board votes on, and it votes on the funding grant and also what the town will vote on. So does anyone have any questions about kind of, those obviously are pretty significant deliverables, and I'd be glad to answer them.
Just a question about the SD estimate then becoming our budget. Does the MSBA dictate any allowances or holds or a contingency?
At that point, we're not really looking at holds, it's not a GMP or anything at that
Yeah.
point. We would end up essentially putting allowances in for a lot of
Yeah.
things at that point.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Great.
Any other questions? Continue.
So what I tried to do with this matrix, and it's by no means intended to be, we often get a question about what does what's votes are required by committees versus what are just simply review and comment. And so what we tried to do with this is to sort of lay out sort of the very specific votes that we know we need from this committee. You may, as part of your governance, decide you take more votes or less, or others, but these are ones that have traditionally been what committees have looked at. So obviously, the MSBA submissions should be voted on and by this committee to submit. The sustainability approach, because it's so particular, it's so impactful on the budget, depending on what level of sustainability. And usually now, what that means is how far into the idea of going to net zero energy does the town want to go, is usually something that the committee would vote on. Evaluation criteria. So I mentioned that we work this sort of funnel process to get to the preferred solution. One of the first steps in that is you folks deciding what are the evaluation criteria that you think these options should be measured against. Because what we want to do is show the community that this wasn't done as sort of a hunch or with less objectives of matter. We try to make it as obviously objective a process as possible. So that evaluation criteria often is something that we'll work with you to come up with, and oftentimes committees have decided they should vote that. The short list, particularly getting down to that 4 or 5 sort of short list that I mentioned, is usually something that a vote is taken. Obviously, the project budget and schedule and what you want to tell the town in terms of the project cost. And obviously, the final preferred option is a vote. The school committee needs to vote and approve the educational plan and the space summary, because that's something that is educationally driven, and typically votes on what level of instructional technology they're looking at. The final decision on instructional technology is the building committee, however, because it's, again, a cost impact, but usually school committees have sort of given you their approach, which is part of the ed plan, their approach to technology and how they want that educational technology to be integrated. So unless there's comments on that, or I'll just continue if I don't see an arm. I want to talk a little bit about the cost caps and exclusions, because I think you're aware of, but the MSBA reimburses on, basically what they reimburse on is they'll give you a grant based on the maximum eligible grant, or maximum eligible costs. That's what the grant is based on, eligible costs. So in developing that, there are exclusions that they simply won't reimburse on, and then there are caps. And so the first sheet here is sort of a summary of what they are. So there are categorically ineligible costs that the MSBA does not, under any circumstance, approve or reimburse on. There are costs that exceed their caps, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And then there are costs that exceed the spaces that exceed the guidelines, which I mentioned to you. There's a nuance to that, and that's working with the designer to make sure that, as much as possible, we justify them in the ed plan. They'll often pay for them. Largely, the MSBA focuses on core academic spaces. So those are the spaces that you can convince them that if it's part of the ed plan. So for instance, in the case of Watertown, where there is going to be a pretty significant vocational aspect to the program, which may run up against an MSBA guideline cap. If we can justify it in the ed plan, we usually have been very successful in getting those approved for reimbursement, and particularly when they look like they're going to be Chapter 74 eligible. So the first one in that are the costs that are categorically ineligible for reimbursement. I'm not going to go through the list. I think they're pretty much self-explanatory. One of the ones, and it may apply here, is swing space. The notion of building space that is temporary to house students while the school is somehow being built. But other than that, you'll notice financing costs are not reimbursable, and that's because the MSBA, when they changed to this current school building authority, no longer want towns to borrow the full cost of a project. They want you to appropriate the full cost because it's a grant that has a maximum, not a guarantee. But they don't want you to borrow the full cost because they're going to give you real-time reimbursements. So we would apply for reimbursements every month, and they want you to borrow your town's share and enough cushion to be comfortable that you've got enough. But that's something we'd work with the town's finance group on. And then the rest are generally, and the auditorium is in a high school is not subject to is eligible. This actually is taken from a middle school where it is not, but a auditorium in a high school is totally eligible. That should be struck from that. It'll be sized for 720 students, which generally is about 2/3 the student population. And if you want more than that, this is fairly new, they'll allow you to build a larger auditorium, but the portion that is beyond the guideline will be at the town's sole expense. It used to be they wouldn't even allow you to build more than an auditorium of the size. So then there are these caps, which I mentioned to you are one of the other sources of exclusions and not reimbursable. Soft costs that exceed 20% of the construction costs is anything that exceeds that are not reimbursable. I'll tell you, normally that has not been a problem. That cap has not been exceeded. OPM costs exceeding 3.5% of construction costs, or architect costs exceeding 10% of construction costs. Typically, that I wouldn't see as being an issue. The only time that becomes an issue is when a project is really extended over a long period of time because it's significantly phased, but it's generally not an issue. Building costs that exceed $326 a square foot, that I can tell you will be exceeded. Building costs right now in the program for high schools are running anywhere between $430 and $480 a square foot, something in that range. We're not seeing anything in the economy that tells us that that's going to diminish and they've accelerated about 5% a year, 5 to 6% a year, so on average. So we will exceed that. And the MSBA's justification for that, for keeping that cost, they do adjust it, by the way, and my guess is by the time we're ready to go in front of them, they will have adjusted that up somewhat. But their rationalization is that they're trying to spread a certain amount of grant money around as many communities as possible, and that's their way of being equitable to do that, is to sort of be mindful of that cost cap. Site costs that exceed 8% of the building costs, that is almost always exceeded in suburban high schools. Most likely, we might have a shot at that, not having that exceed because you already have your fields. So that depends on how things get developed, but that's potentially virtually on any high school that has its attendant fields, that gets exceeded by a significant amount. Furniture and technology equipment that exceed $2,400 a student based on the approved enrollment. Historically, that number hasn't changed, as far as I know, since the MSBA started in 2004. Technology generally, although has gone, and technology costs have generally gone down, the nature of what you now put into a school for technology is much more sophisticated. And so we find that that almost always gets exceeded as well it'll be the desire for what you'd want to fit out the school with, that'll get exceeded. And then the final cost that is subject to a cap is change orders. The MSBA only approves reimbursement on change orders that are related to design coordination, design errors and omissions, which there will be. Every architect has a certain amount of that. As long as it doesn't get out of control, they'll reimburse that. They reimburse unforeseen conditions typically, unless it really grossly should have been found in the documents and covered. They don't reimburse scope changes that are made post design, post during construction when there's a desire to change the scope of the project by adding in some component or another. And they don't reimburse changes that the town authorities having jurisdiction put on the project. So inevitably, typically, fire departments, when they come through during a C of O process, look and see certain aspects of the project that they feel they need to make certain changes. Those are not typically reimbursed. And so once you get to the reimbursable change orders, the change orders that they will cap that at 1% of the construction cost, which is doable. I mean, we see certain designers are very good in drawings and if it's not an ad, and by the way, if it is an ad reno, that percentage is a little different. They allow for a little more because there's always more contingency with that. But that's the cap on change orders. And change orders are not reimbursed so I mentioned that the project is reimbursed in real time every month. Change orders are held until the end, and then a check is written at the end of the project, or a reimbursement is made at the end of the project for whatever the change order reimbursement amount is. The other aspect around reimbursement to just be mindful of is that the MSBA stops reimbursement at 95% of the eligible grant and hold that last 5% until the closeout. So again, working with the town's finance department, we usually do a cash flow and work with them on how they'll want to cover that. So that's the basis of the MSBA cost caps and how they come up with eligible costs for reimbursement. And it's typically, a source of, we are been increasingly encouraged by the MSBA to bring this up to you early because normally people in town start to think, they hear a percentage of reimbursement and they do the math and they begin to think about what the town share is. And just to be clear, it's usually never, in fact, I would say never that share. It's something less. I will say they also give you incentive points for reimbursement. So, there's a sustainability incentive. There's certain zoning incentives, which probably we might be able to apply to. There's smart growth incentives, some of those things that like a town like Watertown might very well be able to receive. There's a maintenance incentive. Schools that high school has been kept very well, and there's an incentive for maintenance that could be as much as 2%. So while they increase the reimbursement rate, they take away the amount of reimbursable costs. It's just how it works in the program. Does anyone have any questions on that? I've never been able to go through that without having questions, so that's
You've done a very
getting
good
better every time.
You've done a very good job going through it for us.
So we're in the middle now of the designer selection process. I'm going to just talk about the process. Christy's going to talk about the timeline. I will tell you that yesterday we had the walkthrough. You'll see in the last sheet of the handout. We had a very good representation. We had about 20 people there. It was a very good walkthrough, very expeditiously conducted by Lori in terms of walking people through the facility to see what it's about. And Heidi joined us, and it was I think a very productive walk. The people that have taken out the proposals from the designer community are what we normally see for high schools in terms of the firms. I think it's a good representation. I think that Watertown's going to have a pretty good pool of designers on which to pick from. So I will talk quickly about the designer selection process. Unlike your OPM process, where you were able to conduct that process here and only get it approved by the MSBA, in the designer selection process, the decision is made by the designer selection panel, the MSBA designer selection panel, which meets basically twice a month, generally, most of the time. Sometimes they only meet once a month. The panel is made up of 15 members. 12 of them are permanent members that have been assigned by, they're usually, some of them are MSBA staff, some of them are industry, like there's a representative that the Associated General Contractors appoints, there's a representative that the Boston Society of Architects appoint, there's usually a representative appointed by one of the unions. So there's a group of people that are permanent, and then the town selects 3 people to join that group and participate in the designer, as fully vested members of the designer selection panel when your project is in front of them. And those are it will be a representative from school committee, a superintendent or her representative, and the CEO, meaning the town CEO, and their representative. And that's the members that make up the 3 members of the local district that get appointed to that committee. And we will need to know those 3 within the next few weeks. We will need to know who those 3 members will be. Firms that are eligible to be in the MSBA program must have been pre-qualified by the MSBA. They've had to have gone through certain certification. They will have to, because it's state funding, comply with the state MWBE participation, so their component of their team needs to be 17.6% MWBE certified. The way we...
Could you just tell everybody what
Oh, I'm sorry.
MWBE is
So
for those that may not understand?
Yep, so MWB is minority or woman business enterprise. And those are not, they just can't be a minority or woman business enterprise. They have to be certified by the state diversity office as a minority or woman business enterprise. So the role that we play in the process is to essentially, we work on behalf of that DSP to conduct the procurement. So we work with getting the RFS out, which is a standard form RFS, which has been issued and has been sent out. We do the walkthrough I mentioned. We do reference checks. So there's a form, there's a group of, there's a sort of set reference check kind of questions they want asked. We usually do a little more into that just to give you, because inevitably if you use the references you're given, you end up with a lot of references which are just excellent on everybody, so we try to get a little more depth and detail around that for you to consider. But we present all that to the board, usually 2 weeks before the hearing, and they then have that information along with the proposals, which are fairly significant documents, to make their decision. So what they don't want, so to the issue of sort of how does a district maximize its influence on that panel, based on my experience, the panel is very respectful of the district's opinion. So, and they very much engage the district, the 3 members of the district, in their opinions about the design firms. And they usually go to the 3 members first to ask for their take on the designers before they have anyone else do it. It's a very I find them to be very respectful. The voting occurs on basically a ballot type vote. So you get handed a ballot of all the submissions, you vote. Your first choice gets 3 points, your second choice gets 2 points, and your third choice gets 1 point. And that's true for everybody on the committee, and they tally up the points, and then usually the top vote getters, depending on if there's a big gap between number 1 and 2, they often will then ask the committee, is there any bother in doing an interview? If it's not a big gap, then they usually will bring in 3 or 4. Not more than that typically. They usually cut it off no more than 4 for an interview for a second check. So they don't want districts to pre-rank, but they also know that it's human nature so we would recommend that the members of the committee do go in with a consolidated, obviously, vote, because that's your way to maximize your participation. And whether they look the other way or not, that's never been a problem. So we often recommend, at least at that first proposal phase, that your members get together and come up with the ranking they want to vote with. What they will allow now, they didn't used to, but they have now allowed, is that the members of the 3 selected members can speak about can receive input from other members of the committee during a committee meeting. It used to be that wasn't allowed, that you couldn't discuss the RFPs, the proposals, but now they will allow you to at least get feedback. They don't want any voting at that level, but they at least allow feedback, so people can give their opinion to your 3 representatives.
Tim, 1 second, Tom?
Yep.
Are these meetings public meetings, so could other members of the committee go?
Yes, they're all public, the design selection panel meetings.
But they typically don't let you speak.
No,
That was gonna be my next question.
So they don't let anyone other than
the 3 members.
3 members speak.
Yep. But they're public meetings, the interviews are public. They actually have to, if they ask other architects who are in consideration for interviews not to attend the interviews, but technically they could. They're a public meeting. So I mentioned sort of the DSP hearing, typically shortlist to 2 or 3 or 4 finalists. The second hearing is the interviews. The interviews are significant. They're an hour each interview, so and you will find that firms put a lot of work into interviews. So they're they're a robust sort of interview process. Shortlist and finalists, I mentioned the ranking. And then once the selection is made, and they do the same vote, by the way, at a interview process, they would do the same vote process of voting. We then usually work with the town. At that point, the MSBA essentially is out of it. They've made their decision, and we work with the town in terms of negotiating a fee with the architect and award the contract. The contract, like our contract, is, however, the MSBA standard contract. Any questions about the designer selection process? So Christie's going to walk through the designer selection. I believe you've that.
Can I just share one thing, because I thought it was really interesting with Middleborough? So the interviews were amazing, and Tim is not kidding when I say they put a lot into them. I was completely blown away when I saw what the firms put forth, and they do actually give us the presentations in the end, which was helpful, so that you had all these great ideas from other firms at the same time. So you suddenly have this great pool of information and ideas. So just something I thought I'd share. So I'll take you through the designer selection process. So the request for services was available. We advertised in the Central Register. It was available for firms on June 26th. We got over 30 requests for the RFQ or RFS by email. And then yesterday was the information.
Just to be clear, that doesn't mean we'll get 30 proposals. A lot of them are sub-consultants and things, but just.
That's true.
Because you're not going to see that stack of proposals.
Right. So in the RFS, we say that questions are welcome, and they would come through me, and we would work together to answer if I needed any assistance. So far, there have been no questions, but the last day for questions is July 19th, and then the proposals are due on the 24th. That's immediately when we go right into reviewing, so there'll be, I can't remember the number, but we get a large amount of proposals. So we bring them to the MSBA, we'll share them with members of the committee, so we'll work through that process. But we only have a week to do a lot of calling and reference checks and going through the proposals to have this matrix ready by the last day of July, 31st, and be able to submit to the MSBA this package on August 1st. So as Tim mentioned earlier, August 1st, I think if possible, would be great to have those 3 members from the town, so that we can give the DSP that information when we give them our matrix. So then the designer selection first meeting that Tim Rick just spoke of is August 20th. So really, we started with that date and worked backwards to get all these other milestone dates. And then if an interview is determined to be necessary, it would be on September 17th, and we would go right into negotiations. So we would have a designer on board, but we were hoping around the 19th, as we said earlier.
Questions on the timeline? Kelly?
Is it just architects, or are they proposing as a team with the engineers?
Right, the architect presents their team as part of their proposal.
Okay.
So all their consultants, so
All
in
the consultants will be
RFS
included.
Right, it lists all the consultants that are required.
Okay.
And they'll put their team together.
Okay, awesome.
Paul?
First of all, welcome. Welcome to the family.
Thank you.
You were here early enough to see that, like any good family, we don't always all agree, which makes it good. But I think one of your charges here would be looking at these deadlines and timelines and meetings every 2 months for MSBA, and sometimes twice a month, maybe not. I think one of your biggest tasks and charges is to keep us on target with these deadlines and dates, because when I see all that laid out, it makes me nervous.
That is,
Really is.
I say that's my job, that's my number one
We
job.
do have,
I-
by the way, a much more detailed schedule than that we go over. That was a
This was great.
Right, but this is the map, this is the roadmap, absolutely. And as we said earlier, it starts with all of these dates set by the MSBA, and then we work backwards. So, absolutely.
Thank you.
John?
One question on this. I assume, I don't know whether the MSBA or whether you put together a kind of checklist that people would use when they're going through the proposal, the submittals, I assume, kind of, that you're going to use in terms of evaluating them?
We can, so that's not something that officially would be done with the DSP, but we can certainly work with you on how people typically look at those proposals. The RFS has a list of very specific sort of requirements that they're supposed to address. We find often that there's 2 schools of thought. Some people don't want to be shoehorned into a very specific, it can be a very gut kind of thing, and looking at, is the team available? Is the staff have the right background? They do actually do some project approach work in those proposals, so they'll actually lay out some of their thoughts around the project. But when we get there, we can certainly work with you on giving you some of those.
And some of it is also the specific team members. So
Yeah.
their project executive, or what's it, the project, why can't I think
Principal
of?
in charge,
Principal in
or-
charge is
yeah.
actually what it is. Their principal in charge, and then their project manager. So we get to look at the experience of the individuals too. So you're not just calling references on the firm, but the actual individuals.
And I just want, actually, general question, going back to the earlier timeline, the broader timeline. Is that, how solid do you think that is? Or it's going to extend out a little bit, or?
I can tell you it's a stake in the sand right now, but we need to talk to the designer about all of those deadlines, and we need to see the MSBA final schedule, which hasn't been produced yet. And we need to talk more with you about timing of votes and how you folks feel about that. So that I would say, we believe strongly you have to have a plan, but we also believe strongly that, you need to be, you should start with a stake in the ground, but you need to make sure the plan has got buy-in by everybody. And this plan is sort of what we did in our own. At some point, once we have the designer on, we'll do a whole schedule presentation and get your feedback about it. Some things are, no doubt will adjust.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Kelly?
I just have a general question, because we're taking on a lot these days. How do you foresee these meetings because
But
we've got a lot to talk about.
It
you know.
appears right now, we're gonna have to have separate meetings for the MSBA, the high school, and separate meetings for the elementary schools. That's what I'm leaning towards, so, which means more meetings.
Yeah.
I'm just making, that's what my gut feeling, looking at all of this the last couple of weeks, that's the only way we're gonna be able to work through these processes, because there's a lot of work to be done
Yeah.
on both ends. So that's the only way I can see us doing it. Anybody else have questions? Any questions from the audience? Please identify yourself for the new people in the room.
Hi, new people in the room. Hi, Christy. Hi, Tim. My name is Elodia Thomas, 67 Marion Road. I have two questions. Number one, will we, the public, be able to go listen to these meetings when the designers are presenting? Because we were able to do that with the elementary schools. It was pretty fascinating. And then I'm a little confused because I heard you say there's going to be a huge vocational component to this school design.
Well, I hope I didn't use the term huge.
Well-
There's a vocational component. As I understand, that's the programming at this point, but I wouldn't characterize it one way
Okay,
or the
well,
other.
I'm just trying to, I've gone to all these meetings since, what, God knows, 2016. I spent my entire summer in meetings for the schools. I just went online looking at the school website. I don't see anything about what's being discussed for the high school. And so I'm a little curious about what's going on all of a sudden, because vocational education was never a big issue in any of the meetings
Well-
I attended.
I think John's going to touch on that, but if, go ahead,
I'll
John.
just briefly, I mean, I think we're, huge, definitely not. We're not going to create a vocational high school, but I think we will be looking, as part of the educational program, we'll kind of look across the board at what are some of the options and what are some of the things we want to consider. And we've had a couple of school committee meetings, maybe a month or two ago, where we had a discussion. The superintendent gave a presentation about kind of thinking long-term about what kind of vocational options we may want to try to incorporate. And so we're looking at maybe a couple of options that we may build into a new high school, but not, we're not creating a new Minuteman or anything of that nature. It would be modest, and whether they fit or not is part of the educational program discussion that'll take place.
Okay, I'm not going to say this correctly, but I'm just going to put it out there because my brain is going a little fast here. I know a while back I heard someone from the school committee kicking around an idea to just kind of do a couple of vocational programs to meet the requirements of offering a vocational program, so therefore kids couldn't apply to Minuteman, because now we were offering vocational programs, which I found a very strange idea, quite frankly. And so if we're going in a vocational education direction, I'd really like the school to be more transparent about that, because I don't think that should preclude the opportunities our students have at Minuteman, which is an outstanding program. So I feel like, where are we going with this all of a sudden? So I'd really like more information on that, John, and that it's done more openly, because this is the first I've heard of it. And I've been quite involved with all these meetings, and I just don't know where this is coming from.
I just want to add to the fact that this is very, very, very preliminary, and we had very brief, high-level discussion at the school committee once or twice. It's not, this part of the educational piece of this will now become, that's when we'll be getting more discussion with the school committee and the general public about what the vision might be for there. I don't think, I can guarantee you, we're not trying to replace the opportunities at Minuteman. We're just looking at some of the STEAM categories that may fit with maker spaces and things like that, that, you know, would keep some other kids here.
So we're not going to preclude our students from being able to apply to Minuteman?
I don't anticipate that the case,
Absolutely
John.
not, absolutely
Okay,
not.
just because it's been a contentious issue.
No,
Okay, thank
no,
you.
no.
Laurie?
I might have been part of that problem too, because when we do the, like, tours around, I mean, our wood shop is a very popular shop, so we always talk about keeping the wood shop, I used to call it home ec, but it's consumer science now is very important. So we do kind of lump those into vocational, so it could have been a misinterpretation on my part too, that I said that we still wanted to include those. So I just wanted to add that.
I want to take that actually, because I am actually looking at my notes from the walkthrough, and I shared them with Tim as we were getting excited about presenting to you. And I just wrote, they pride themselves on having family and consumer science and wood shop, very important to keep. So I think that's where it came from. So thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, I'll close this part of the meeting at this point. Before we move on to the schedule, I want to bring something up. Leo was kind enough to be able to secure a tour of a new school in Newton called the Zervis School, and I don't know if anyone would be interested. I'm going to ask, if you're interested, I'm going to ask Councilor Picciarelli if he'll take the lead on this, and if there are enough people that you would work with Leo to try to get a tour.
Sure.
So if anybody's interested in a tour of the school, please contact Vinnie, but don't have a
What's the
discussion.
name of the school?
The Zervis, Zervas.
I'll go anyway.
School, I was there for a all-day conference thing, but I'll go back.
Elementary, middle, what?
Elementary.
Elementary.
Yep.
Okay, our next meeting is on July 24th, I believe. I had the calendar up and I forgot it.
Yes.
But this one is going to be at the high school, at the lecture hall at the high school, so keep that in mind. And I think that's it. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Oh, sorry, Kelly.
Is it possible to get a list of the meetings, like a little bit further down the line?
Well, I have to try to secure rooms at this point
Yeah.
now. What I've done, from now until the end of the year, I have the first and third Wednesdays secured here
Okay,
for August, September, October, November, and December.
not to sound dumb, is it possible to get an email with like the next?
I will do that, but I'm going to try working with staff. The biggest problem we have is finding rooms.
Yeah, no, I get that. It'd just be nice to plan ahead and then share it with other people, so
was
we're
an
not trying
exception.
to
Sure.
secure childcare at the last minute.
Sure,
Thank you.
we'll do that.
That's what I think you said.
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Guys have it, thank you.